Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, how do you do? Are you feeling okay? I didn't sleep. It is what it is. Obviously, I didn't sleep because I'm a fucking idiot. It is what it is. It is what it is. He is calling me beautiful. Surely I was talking to you. Loogie. No, I was actually talking to literally everyone else. I think you specifically are ugly, chatter. Everyone else in chat, you're beautiful. But you know who you are.
Humans are the same.
You're fucking ugly.
Call that light hope.
You're an ugly loser. I'm sick, flu season. Damn. At least when it's over, you'll be able to say it flew by, huh? How are you all doing, Chad? Oh boy. I don't know if I want to do the fucking tower for today. But it's the Arlecchino one, and Arlecchino's Pog, so maybe I will. Maybe we just start with that right now. Does receiving healing count for Arlecchino or not? Surely it does. Klugi. Klugi. Let's just do this for now. Doesn't say being healed. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking it might count.
Show no mercy. You two.
Why did I take the energy thing?
Everybody stand back. Get to work. Suffer the wrath of... Laid bare. I'm going in. Wind strike. Fulfill our path. You two.
They put this guy here?
Overruled. I'm going in. Wind strike. You two. Time
What the? Bro did not want to say hi, huh? Oh, that's not good.
Laid bare. I'm going in.
close. Definitely doable. Oh boy. But that's kind of cringe, huh? Should I intentionally let myself take damage? So I go below 70%? Maybe I should. That might be smart. Seems like it might take too long to take enough damage to go below 70%. Yeah, unironically, it might be a Farina angle, true. Seems like it's too reliant on grouping RNG. Yeah, no. Is there a way to reliably group them, or are you just fucking RNG pilled? Like, do you just have to fucking accept that it's gonna be RNG? RNG? Are you sure? Dude, that's so cringe. I thought if you back away from them, they turn around and group. The problem is, you don't have a minute 30, you have 30 seconds. If grouping them takes 15 seconds, it's already over. I just want to see if this is just outright better. I feel like it might be. Maybe if we get bad crit RNG, it's not. Oh, she heals? What is it, 80% girl? It's 88.1%. Also, it would sure be nice if that fucking loser didn't just automatically dodge my Benai by being too high. I would certainly appreciate that. It's not like I, like, love energy, but, like, I kind of like it, you know? Oh, good grouping RNG? Kind of? Hello?! She wouldn't spin! Why wouldn't she spin? Why wasn't it working? Why wasn't the spin fucking working? Hello? She just fucking stared at them for like 5 seconds! The fuck was that all about? What?! Okay, sure, dude. Alright, sure. I don't really fucking get it, but sure, I guess. Oh, sick. Are they gonna be out of range? Kind of. Out of range of the Seat Lolly stuff? What am I doing? I know this is just gonna be a massive fucking unpleasant pain in the ass. Why am I still clicking on the try again button? Fucking collies de tabarnak! Alright, she healed. I do hate this event, yeah. Why are they trying so hard to make us... I don't know, man. I don't know. That loser dodged my ult. If he's managed to survive because of that, I would have been unhappy.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Dance with me. Let's light it up. Everybody, fulfill our path. The show's only just begun. Light up the blazing sun.
That loser fucking crocodile decided to teleport away, so I didn't kill him. Esti the fucking Kalis. I am going to... It's fine. Like... That's a result of making shit last 30 seconds. It means that if they dodge your stuff literally one time, it's over. And it's very frustrating. Oh, nice crit, loser. Oh, nice crit, loser. Am I on the wrong build? What's going on, man? That's what I was talking about yesterday. There is most definitely a hidden RNG modifier here. The only way I don't clear this floor in time is if I miss my crit on literally both of my ults. Oh no. He's gonna be behind me, isn't he? Yep, and oh, he didn't dodge it. Wait, what? But for some reason, my spin still took a while to start going off. So, it might not be enough. Oh, and I'm getting pushed outside of range of everything. Okay, still fine. Oh no, don't fucking push me. Oh, okay, there, it's over. They decided to not group. Yeah. Completely Jover. Nothing I can do about that. He just decided to fucking go behind me. It's so fucking cringe. What an awful mode. Yeah, what a great idea. Let's make a 30-second floor with enemies that move all over the place and will dodge your ultimates. Oh, what's that? They're dodging your ultimates? Whatever. I just need this. I just need to accept that this event was not designed to be fun. It was designed to be a whale flex, and that's it. I honestly doubt whales enjoy this event either, by the way. They probably enjoy being able to flex a higher floor, but that's it. Because this is not fun. It's just, I don't know, man. The problem is that it goes past difficulty, right? The problem with it isn't difficulty. The problem with it is that even not a single one of the floors will be fun. Even the floors that are the right difficulty for you. Because a 30-second fight is just not a pleasant experience. The awkward pause between the stages is also annoying. Yeah. Yeah, it's also really annoying. And it's like they're going out of their way to choose enemies that will always move out of the way of your bursts during your burst animation. Like, I don't know what it is about the fucking enemy lineup, but it's been so awful. It's like more than half of the enemies they've chosen are the sort of enemies that have time to recover from stagger and fucking teleport behind you during an ult animation. And just dodge it. Anyways. It really makes me sad, because, like, this could have been so good, but they just really didn't want to make it good. So it's just sad. That's all it is. Sad. Would you agree that people are making too much fuss over not being able to clear 20 plus? I mean, yes and no. Like, I get the point you're making, and I agree that there should be content that is designed to be difficult to clear. The problem is that that content should also be fun, in my opinion. And if you're gonna make content that isn't fun and is a whale check, then yeah, that's fucking frustrating for pretty much literally everyone involved. Like, what is the purpose of it at that point? You know? What? What difficult content wouldn't be a whale check? I mean, the sort of content that gets its difficulty from being able to fucking murder you instead of from being a DPS check. You can't have a DPS check that isn't also a whale check. Mr. Streamer, but you're free to play and manage to clear floor 20. How does that make it a whale check? I mean, I don't know if I want to engage with questions like that, because, like, it's so obvious you're just try to be a contrarian. Bro is playing devil's advocate for fun. It's like, I don't know how to explain it to someone who doesn't get it. You do not gain real life money upon success in a video game. Like, why are you choosing floor 20 as your benchmark for success? Because that's where the rewards end? I mean, is it? Is 30,000 Mora and 3 Mystic Enhancement Ores a reward that you will ever actually notice? No. This is a cosmetic reward, okay? It's not an actual reward. This is not a reward. Rewards end at floor 9. And then you get cosmetic rewards up to floor 20. But, like, even then, they're rewards in a video game. Like... It's optional, so why are we complaining it's a whale check? But, like, I've already talked about that. You were there. I saw you in chat. The problem isn't just that. The problem is that it's a whale check, and it's not fucking fun for whales either.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Rise, bring it. Let's light it up. Go in and get to work.
Right, like, it's not actually content that's meant to make you feel good about having invested into your units. It's content that's meant to make you feel bad about not having whaled. Because not being able to make it to the highest floor is something that you actually notice. But actually making it to the highest floor doesn't feel rewarding because it's not like it was difficult, you just fucking spent more money.
Light it up. Teamwork is true. Show no mercy. Suffer the light of the blazing sun.
Is floor 25 even possible with 4 stars? I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe on day 1 because 24 is cheesable, 23 is cheesable. It might be doable. Yeah, because you can fall damage cheese 23, 21, a bunch of the floors. And you can pyro application cheese 24. So maybe? But the other ones are not. Sure.
Rise, bring it. I'm going in. Get to work. You two. Touch breath from the sky.
Did I just miss 3 crits in a row on that guy? Yeah, there's also the fact that, like, oh, what's that? The unit you wailed on wasn't specifically Bawika or Arlecchino? Well, you still can't make it to 25, loser! Who cares about clearing floor 25? I mean, who cares about getting a unit? Who cares about clearing Abyss? Who cares about, like, yeah, okay, you have discovered the concept of video games being video games and them not having actual tangible impact in the real world. But, like, what do you want me to say? You want me to congratulate you for being a fucking Buddhist monk completely detached from materialistic desires? Congratulations, buddy. What now? You want to leave us alone so we can, like, have fun? Go back to your fucking meditation? Instead of bothering us? Or what? Like... Curious if a whale gumming R5 Redhorn can do it? I don't think so. No, without... I mean, gumming, yes. Gumming with Forcer-only teams, I don't think so. It's actually made me miss the Abyss. Man. Man, don't say things like that.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Look at the banners. It's gonna be not depressing at all. Trust. Oh no. Oh no. This may be the patch with the worst banners we've ever had. Even with the Farina. When's the last time we had a full patch with banners this bad? The Katoon banner? Maybe. Wasn't that Hu Tao release patch? It can't have been that bad. Hmm. This is like seeing my child get kidnapped by the mafia. I'm sorry, Famodius Sword. I can't save you from them. I don't have the power to save you from them. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Fab locked in the fortress of Marathon. Ah, oh no. Alright, chat. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go in Abyss, and we're gonna do an Abyss clear. You know why we're gonna do an Abyss clear? Because it's actually gonna restore my faith in Genshin, because this is one of the least dog shit Abysses we've had in a while. And, yeah. Who should we play? Do I want to play Gumming again? Not really. Gumming's good, but I want to play someone else. What if we play Mualani for real? For real, for real. An actual Mualani clear. Are you ready for it? Maybe if the purpose of this Abyss clear is to restore my faith in Genshin, using Mualani is probably not the best idea? But what's the worst that could happen? Right? That should be on Seed Lolly. What the fuck is she on? Oh well. Oh. Alright. This is the optimal Xiangling build for Mualani teams. 270 ER with 2-piece Cinder City. That's my goat. You guys think we're gonna have enough ER? I don't even know, actually. Alright, what should we play second side? Play Definitely? I don't wanna. Linny Overload Trust. Yoimiya Chevy. That will go well. Let's just do our Lakino. Are my characters on the right builds right now? Probably not. Yeah, that's definitely not it. I'll use this then. Put an animal unit for this. Whatever. Sure. I think I got the attack buff, chat. I'm gonna be honest. That damage felt low, 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 low. That's gonna be a restart angle. Man versus Winston, yeah. That was the attack buff again, wasn't it? Am I doing something wrong? Or is it actually just bad RNG? Is that 3 times in a row getting the attack buff, or am I having a stroke? Like, I'm always getting 270k. That's what I get without a Widsith buff. Oh my god, we got an actual buff! Huge! What? Oh no. Oh no, that's bad. Oh. They wouldn't get the fucking pyro on them! They dodged the pyronado! He came too close to me and pyronado didn't hit! It's good. The pyro aura applied, or the hydro aura applied from the swirls is too strong. Use Malika instead of Xiangling. Surely that will help my aura. Surely if Xiangling isn't enough pyro, you know who applies a lot more pyro? Malika. Chat, yesterday I showcased the Mualani clear, and first try I got a like 38-second clear. And now after like 5 attempts, my best clear is a full ass minute. I haven't changed my builds. I hate Mualani, man. I just, uh. Event causes your brain to decay. No. Oh my god, I'm going to shoot myself. That's fine. Alright. It didn't target this one. Fuck you, I guess. It's fun. Ah! This is the average Mualani experience, by the way. Two-minute clear. Yeah, I mean, we could probably get this clear as fast as like a minute. If everything goes well. But like, man, it doesn't go well. That's just not how the Mualani experience goes. Energy is cooked, isn't it? I guess I don't need to burst this time, though. Chat, I just did day 2 of the tower. Why did the frog take 5 minutes to die? Yeah, that's what the frog tends to do. got the attack buff, didn't we?
Got this. Hear the echoes of the valley.
Ah!
Bring it. Absorption.
This clear is making me not want to pull Mualani. Yeah, this is what the average Mualani experience looks like, chat. For those of you that are not Mualani owners, and that have not gotten to experience that pleasure for themselves yet. Oh my god.
Teamwork is show no mercy. Lolling. Overrule. Everybody stand. You two. Time.
As a Mualani haver and her being a character I love, this is all accurate. Yeah. Aware. Mualani is the new Interbot? Oh no. Oh fuck, it's ending soon. Is it ending today or can I do it tomorrow? We'll do it tomorrow. Fine. Alright, let's do another clear. And after that, I think we'll do some UID reviews today. So, for those of you that want to get UID reviews, remember the rules for UID reviews. Put your teams in your UID. I'd prefer helping people that need help over admiring people's flexes, but I'm not gonna put a hard rule on that. But yeah. For now, alright, let's do, yeah. I kind of want to play Maoika. Unironically, I have actually not played that much Maoika this Abyss. Surprisingly. Play Maoika Vape? Ah, yes. My favorite matchup. Maoika Vape versus the Swanee. International. I don't wanna, man. I really don't wanna. You're afraid of it? Yeah, I am. I am. It scares me. They Sucrose Taser because it's fun? I mean, you're right that it's fun, but I should do other things sometimes. Oh, I know! I can do Sucrose Plunge Taser! I did Kazuha plunge taser. Now I can do Sucrose plunge taser. Alright, I've been inspired. Thank you. Unironically, I'm pretty sure the optimal build for this is also fully Xiangyun. But unfortunately, that won't be happening here. I guess I can give her Widsith. Why not? Fuck it, dude. Hey, maybe she gets the EM buff. Who knows? Wait, is my official on the wrong bow? She's not. Okay. Wait, but I didn't want to do that. That's fine.
Make way for the attack. Stand clear. Swirl. Mark 2. Animal test 62.
You do?
Now
Midnight fantastic. Stray cloud converge. Rivet. Let the world collide.
This has not been very good, huh?
Animal module 75. Animal test 6308.
Eee!
Absorption test.
I almost fucking died, dude. What the fuck?
as you wish.
Yeah, that was not it. Very bad setup there, but it's fine.
Lolly, eat Papa. Light up the blazing sun. Light it up. Everybody stand. Fulfill our pact. You two. Wrath of the sky. Let's light it up. Teamwork is show no mercy. Suffer the wrath. Pyroclastic surge.
That'll show me. That'll show me, bro. Okay, sorry. Sorry! Sorry! Sorry for not having 100% crit rate! Sorry!
Animal hyper. Librarian, strike a pose. Time to shine. Strike cloud converge.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
My name, echoing song. Make way for the objective. Swirl, Mark 2, animal test 6308. On, reveal.
Oh.
One shall not back down. Stray cloud converge. Stand clear. Animal test 6308. Animal hyperstasis emulation. Let the world collide.
As you wish.
Absorption test. Make way for the Animal test 6308. Absorption test. Swirl. Mark 2.
Hello.
Animal test 60.
Is this taser plunge team good outside of this abyss? No, it's not. It's not particularly good in this abyss either, but I mean it does the job.
Burn it down. Everybody stand up. Get to work. You two. Time to end them.
Fuck! It's fine. Ah!
Switching gears. Light it up.
Letting brave names echo. Teamwork is strict. Fulfill our pact. Lolling, pop off right from the sky. Incinerate.
It's fine. It worked out. Oh wow, we've got a fucking toxic chatter in the chat. My goodness. You don't seem pleasant. I'm gonna ban you. I think... Like, I don't generally tend to ban people all that much for saying dumb, like, shit that, like, I disagree with.
Absorption test. Animal test.
Um... But I'm never gonna fucking let this kind of shit slide. Like, the implication that... Gonna be a restart. Any sort of implication that, like... I guess the message got auto-modded, so you guys didn't see it. But they said, like, wow, people ask for hard events and then complain about the events when... because they're not good enough to do them. Like, no, it's not because they're not good enough to do it, it's because it's literally impossible without whaling. Like, you're...
Strike cloud confirmed.
Like, if you want to make the argument that, like, it's good to have events for whales, like, sure, make that argument. But don't fucking be out here pretending that this is an event that's like a skill check. Because it's not, and you know it.
Time to shine. Showing you. Seize the sky. Stand clear. Yeah.
And I think the implication that, like, oh yeah,
Animal hypostinct.
whaling is a form of skill expression, like, no. Actually shoot yourself in real game. Like, you are not a good person.
Stand clear. Enhanced animal module. Seize the skies. Odds review. Absorption test. Let's light it up! Everybody, show no mercy! You two! Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop it! Bring it! I'm going in! Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath of evil! Light of the blazing sun!
Fuck.
Rev the engines.
Why are people so eager to defend gacha games? It is what it is, I guess. Like, Genshin can have skill expression, but the idea that what is preventing a player from getting to floor 25 in this tower is a lack of skill can only be reached if you equate skill with amount of money you spend on the game.
Oh, ow.
Um,
Where did that come?
anyways. Do you think this event has potential, or is it utter garbage? I mean, I talked about it a little before. The biggest problem with this event is that the characters that are shilled by it are the characters that are already the best characters. Right? Like, Nightsoul's Blessing buff? Oh! Thank goodness Maoika's getting a buff. Melt and Vape buff? Oh! Thank goodness Maoika's getting a buff. Bond of Life? Oh. Thank goodness Arlecchino's getting a buff. This is the only buff that doesn't outright, like, target a unit that's already one of the really strong units. But the buff is so weak. No animal unit. No animal unit. One animal unit, but sure as fuck not the carry. They're probably not even bursting. I mean, yeah, I guess. That's floor 20, you know. Oh my god, wait, that's actually the GOAT. Wait, that's C6 Yai. Huge. But, like, if they were all like this one, I wouldn't mind it nearly as much. Where are you on the leaderboard? Wait, are you asking me or are you asking Lud? I don't think Lud is in my friend list. Is Lud even on NA? Holy. Pongi made it the 24 with the C3R1 Arlecchino. Huge. We can make it to 23. I don't think we can make it to 24. And I don't have the patience to make it to 23, honestly. Why Genshin's future cooked in title? Is it because of event? It's a mix of a lot of things. It's not looking too bright for Genshin's future right now. Like, actual fucking power creep in units is starting to, like, really happen. With Neuvillette, he was definitely the start of, like, real carry power creep. But at least he wasn't increasing the fucking damage ceiling. But he had too much quality of life, so in order to sell a unit with less quality of life, they needed to increase the damage ceiling. And they did. I did wonder what's your opinion on Night Soul as an addition to the game. I don't know. I both hate and don't mind that much the void shields. I think shields in general can be really cringe because of the amount of units that have abilities that trigger on dealing damage, right? Like Raiden's skill, Fav weapons, sack weapons, Deya's skill. Does Deya's skill trigger on damage? Actually, I'm not sure. I might be talking about out of my ass for this one. It's not like it actually does anything, so I kind of forgot. Anyways, point being, the fact that shields aren't coded as taking damage when you hit them, I think is a bit cringe. And it makes things a bit more annoying than it needs to be. And I kind of wish they changed that, because I don't think it's a major change. I think it definitely could be a change they could do in the future, but yeah. But I don't mind them too much outside of that, because as much as they are a mechanic that favors that one character, you don't need Natlan characters to get through them, because burning almost solos the shields, and the enemies that have those shields, so far at least, have tended to be squishier, and or at least put in chambers where like the total amount of HP is lower. And I've kind of liked that. I didn't like that we got 2 abysses in a row with it. I think that's kind of annoying. But like, I don't mind the shield mechanic with the void shields. I think it's fine. Outside of that, I think I have a problem with the fact that Pyro MC doesn't allow you to trigger Night Soul Burst, even though they do Night Soul aligned damage. That's fucking stupid. That's just so fucking dumb. Like, what? It doesn't? No. What? Yeah. So, like, you can trigger the 4-piece from Cinder City, but you can't trigger the 2-piece unless you have another Natlan character. Which is dumb. It's stupid. It's fucking dumb as hell.
Or not. Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
And I don't know how I feel about how broken Cinder City is. I mean, I know how I feel about it. I don't like how broken Cinder City is. I don't mind. Okay, actually, I don't mind Cinder City on Xiangling. I think there's no real issue with that. Because Xiangling is not an energy-hungry character. But Cinder City is, like, so deeply fucking broken on Natlan characters that need energy. that it actively warps game balance. I don't mind artifact power creep. I think artifact power creep is actually healthy. Sorry, Nick. 07 Vermilion. I think artifact power creep is actually healthy for the game. Because it's the sort of power creep that has you stay involved with the game's systems without forcing you to interact with the gacha system.
Adventure time.
But I don't like when artifact power creep is on artifacts that only work on the new characters. Sorry. I think artifact power creep is the sort of stuff that should be like Emblem, right? Emblem was pretty massive artifact power creep, but it retroactively also made all of the burst reliant units better, right? It made Xiangling better. It made Xingqiu better, right? And then Alright, so that was early Inazuma. Then early... What was after Inazuma? Sumeru? Yeah. Early Sumeru, right? We've got the Deepwood and Gilded domains, which also retroactively made a bunch of units better. But obviously, it wasn't just that. It was that plus the Dendro, right? But still.
Good things come to those who don't wait around.
And then Fontaine was like kind of borderline, where Might Jose did make some units better, but only if you had Farina. And now Codex is just cringe to me. And Cinder City is also kind of cringe. Golden Troop was fine. That's true. Golden Troop was fine. What about the two new sets? Well, the Cryo set is probably the worst offender of this. Because it is going to... As of the Cryo set's release, it will not be good on a single unit. Literally not a single unit will want to use it.
Wow. Where did that come from?
Because the explicit activation condition for the 4-piece effect is having 0 energy. But everything you do in this game generates energy. Which means that after you've used your burst, you pretty much instantly get back to 1 energy. Nadia said is the same. I mean, no, Nadia said it was nice for Ning. But I also think that's kind of inherently different, right? It's not like... The reason why the Navia set wasn't that great isn't because there was no characters that could activate it. It's because we just didn't have a lot of good characters that wanted those stats. Which is inherently very different in my eyes, right? If they release a stat that gives you a lot of defense, and we don't have a defense scaler yet, I don't mind that as much as if they release a stat that says this only works if the character is from Natlan in 2.0.
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go.
Like, even if it ends up practically happening the same way, even if they end up not releasing a single defense scaler until Natlan, it just feels different.
Where did that come from? Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
Do you think we'll reach 150k DPS C0 before the end of the year? No. Because I don't think we'll get unit releases that have role overlap with Bennett, Yansan, or Citlali until the end of the year. And I don't think they'll power creep Mawika until 6.0.
Adventure time.
So 6 months? Is 6.0 in 6? I mean, I don't think they'll power creeper in 6.0 either. Until the Pyro Sovereign? Oh, we might get a Pyro Sovereign. Oh, maybe they will then. They might power creep Citlali though? I doubt it, man. Because here's the thing, okay? On an account with every single character, where a character's versatility doesn't really matter at all anymore because you have everyone,
Adventure time.
I think it would be very reasonable to say that Citlali is the best unit in the game. So I don't expect Citlali power creep that soon. We might get a unit that has role overlap with Citlali in her Hydro teams, but I really doubt we'll get a unit with role overlap with Citlali in Melt teams anytime soon. Best I could see is like if they end up releasing a non-attack scaler that's a melter, and so TTDS doesn't help anymore, then maybe they could also release a cryo unit with role overlap with Citlali. Like, I could see that, maybe. But I don't know. Could you rank the elements currently and how you think they'll rank a year later? The biggest problem with ranking elements is like elements don't do anything in a vacuum, right? Elements don't exist in a vacuum. They exist in the context of the units of that element that exist and how access to reactions and like artifact sets and everything based on those elements make it so that the developers make their numbers smaller or bigger to balance them accordingly. And so it's a very difficult question, right? When you're asking to rank elements, you kind of have to accept that elements aren't really something that's inherently rankable. And the reality is that power creep is kind of a problem right now. Which means that elements that have had units, not you, released recently, are going to end up being better. Because, well, the units they have are the units that were released lately that are very strong. I forgot if I asked last stream, but just how bad is Yuma Glorb Glorb? She's not that bad. Like, the biggest problem with Yuma Glorb Glorb is that she is outright worse than Sucrose. But Sucrose is an amazing unit. So that doesn't mean much by itself. It's just because she's outright worse than Sucrose in her niche, she will never be optimal for any team, pretty much. Any sort of swirl-focused team would rather play Sucrose. The only real way you could ever change that is by giving us off-field Animo units that swirl a lot and do a lot of off-field swirl damage, but don't have good ways of building a lot of EM. Maybe they convert attack percent to ER and they need 300 ER. So you have to go like ER attack attack in order to reach their ER requirements. So they can't really get any EM. And then Yuma Glorb Glorb significantly buffs their off-field swirl damage. And they trigger a lot of swirls. So, like, that's something you could do to make Yuma Glorb Glorb relevant. But because she's a standard unit, I don't think they'll do that, right? But yeah, the biggest problem is that the swirl buff that Yuma Glorb Glorb gets doesn't really end up translating to more damage than the EM buff from Sucrose on-chain reactions and just on base reactions from the rest of your team. And then on top of that, Sucrose can actually attack and swap out. And has a bit more grouping, you know? And that's not even in Sucrose's best role. Sucrose's best role right now is, like, without a doubt, a support for multiplicative reaction carries, right? He's very, very powerful for mainly, Arlecchino, Mawika, Gaming, and Mualani. And her usage as like a driver in teams where you on field her, well, those teams aren't that great, and the Yuma Glorb Glorb versions of those teams are even worse. But the thing is, even though they're not that great, they're still fine. A nice thing about Taser is that it has a lot of stagger, right? Taser has a different type of stagger. It has stagger that doesn't have impulse direction, which means it will interrupt enemies, but it won't knock them back. Which is generally the best type of stagger. That's because Electrocharge has a lot of stagger, right? It does a lot of poise damage. But it's also because a lot of the units that are good in Taser have a lot of poise damage. The problem is, when I say a lot of the units that are good in Taser, I mean Singto. And he doesn't proc when you normal attack on he doesn't proc if you don't normal attack when you're using your E on Yuma Glorb Glorb. Does Zoron have stagger? I think his stagger's like fine. I don't think it's amazing. But like, there's a reason why back in the days when we had like when we had Ruin Guard's Abyss in very early Genshin and team investment and well a lot less, you know, no emblem, just a lot less powerful stuff, and things like didn't just fucking die too quickly. Taser was pretty much the only team that would make the Ruin Guard sit. Right, I don't think I've privated the video because I don't think I would have had a reason to. But one of the oldest videos on my channel, from 3 years ago. This. Bro just starts sitting. Ruin Guards are staggerable. Did you guys know? I mean, if you were here last time I talked about this, you definitely know. But you might not know. Ruin Guards are staggerable. But it takes a lot of poise damage to stagger them. But Taser's pretty much the only team that can do it. Now, that's not that big of a deal. Because especially nowadays, Ruin Guards don't survive long enough to get staggered. Shoot them in the head. This is not them being shot in the head. Like, wait, let me go back to normal speed. Like, they start sitting down, and then they get back up, and then they sit down again, and then they get back up. Wait. Yeah. Right? He just fucking starts, and then he's about to start his spin. Bam! Sit the fuck down, bozo. But yeah, for the Ruin Guard specifically, it's not really that big of a deal. But one thing you notice, and I think the enemies you notice it against the most is probably Rift Hounds. With a Taser team, Rift Hounds do not attack you, right? I remember a lot of people were complaining when we got Rift Hounds for the first time about dying to Rift Hounds because of the bleed. And I was getting through the Rift Hounds on teams without a healer because they just didn't attack me when I was playing Taser. The only time I'd ever get attacked was when I let them attack me because I wanted to get a parry on Beto. Also, yeah, also Vishaps. Vishaps are another example of that. Anyways, point being, that's another advantage that Taser has. That's really nice for quality of life. You keep enemies staggered, you prevent them from ungrouping themselves or attacking you or dodging your attacks. But Humid Glorb doesn't have a lot of high stagger like Sucrose's skill or charge attack, and doesn't have good synergy with the units that have high stagger like Singtao and Beto. Which means that you don't actually get to take advantage of one of the main strengths of Taser. And yeah, she has a bit of healing, but it's really not a lot. But like, if you play her, she can still clear stuff, right? It's not like she can't clear stuff. She's just the sort of unit that is not really worth much in terms of pull value, right? But if you want her and you want to use her, at least in content where she works. It's fine. Although, in practice, you're probably better off using her as a shitty version of Sucrose with healing and not using her skill. That way you get to use Xingqiu instead of Farina. And yeah, using her with Farina is a tragedy. Does her C2 actually make her usable? What's the C2 again? Eh. The nice thing is that the units that don't work with normal attacks don't tend to snapshot, so they can benefit from this buff. I don't know. It's just not really enough. Like, in my eyes, her C4 is what brings her kit together, which is really sad. But it's kind of like, is there another standard unit that's kind of like dysfunctional without cons? I guess like pre-Farina Jean? Maybe? Daya? No, that's not the same. That's not what I mean. Mona? No. Because the thing is, the numbers on her healing aren't big enough for her to actually proc Farina's passive without this constellation. With this constellation, they are big enough. Or rather, they don't need to be, or they don't need to be as big because she keeps healing even if she's above 70%. I just think making a unit whose best partner is Farina, and then making her healing numbers just a little bit too low to reliably proc Farina's passive from overhealing is like, it's just sad, man. It's just so sad. Just get Farina cons, true. Farina C1 should be enough for it. Kind of. I don't think it works with Farina cons either. I mean, it's gonna depend. You need to actively avoid HP percent subs. You might need to run a no feather build too. Fucking no feather build strat on Human Glorp Glorp is so funny. But okay, let's actually think about the question of Genshin elements ranked. Genshin element tier list. I'm curious what the, like, casual community thinks nowadays. Genshin Element tier list. You think Game 8 has one of those? Doesn't seem like it. Anyways. This was my tier list the last time I did one. I did one of them. Which was early Sumeru. The biggest changes since then, they have added a lot of sources of res shred outside of Animo. Res shred is now something that's readily available for pretty much any team, even without using Animo. Any team that uses VV can also use Shilonen. Almost, I guess. A bunch of them can use Sitlali. Some of them can use Chivalers. You now have a lot more options for Res Shred, and Res Shred is not a stat that scales well with itself at all. Right? As long as you have one source of Res Shred, getting a second one isn't that big of a deal. Which was a massive blow to the power of Animo. On top of that, they've made Abysses a lot less AoE focused. This Abyss is an exception because of Yume Glorp Glorp release, but it will not stay like this. And they have just pretty significantly increased DPS requirements, which makes a lot of the teams without a dedicated hyper carry a bit weaker. It's harder for them to compete nowadays. And all of those things have made Animo a lot worse. I'm not gonna change its ranking yet. I'm gonna go through all the elements and the changes they've gotten, and then we'll go through it. Next is Hydro. A lot has happened to Hydro since the time I did this. Nevidet happened, Farina happened, and the release of a lot of carries that don't work well with Singtel happened. Obviously, Nevidet and Farina release, pretty big deal. But also, they've started to release more and more units that rely on archetypes that don't necessarily need Hydro. Chevalers is a unit that pretty much single-handedly made it so that pretty much every Electro character's best team now doesn't really use Hydro anymore, if you're using them as a carry. And she's also given a lot of Pyro characters competitive options that aren't Vape. More recently, the carries that did still have a lot of good Vape teams got some new Melt teams. Hydro as a supportive element is actually a lot worse than it was when I made this list. But nevile. And so we'll have to see if it goes up or down. Dendro. Honestly, the biggest thing about Dendro is that it kind of didn't get any changes. Pretty much every other element got a lot of stuff going for them since I made this. Dendro kind of has stayed very stale, right? If you look at the Dendro units released since early Sumeru, right? Let's look at the Dendro units released since like Alhaitham, right? You had these, which gave you like additional defensive options for some of the Dendro teams that weren't using a Dendro like on-fielder. Outside of that, you've only gotten 2 Dendro characters, and these are characters you play with one another, but not with the other Dendros. Maybe sometimes just with non-Dendro characters, but whatever. And then for non-Dendro characters, how many of them work well in Dendro teams? Sethos? Fine to some extent. Farina for some of them, I guess, but... And is that it? That's kind of it, honestly. Mualani for burning, sure. But there just really hasn't been a lot of character releases that have done much for Dendro since I made this, since early Sumeru. It's not that Dendro got worse, it's that it's the element that gained... Like, no element gets worse with time. Unless they get, like, an actual nerf, which I don't think any element has ever really gotten. It's just that Dendro's the element that improved the least out of all the elements. Electro is probably the element that improved the second least. It got Shadowers, which is obviously really nice. But that's kind of it. Like, it also got Client, I guess. But what made Electro here previously was in large part Hyper Bloom. And, well, Hyper Bloom is not quite as broken anymore. It's still very good, don't get me wrong. But it's not nearly as broken as it used to be. Cryo. I mean, Citlali. Like, fuck. Citlali just... I don't even know, man. Citlali's kind of just fucking... yeah. Like... Risley release was kind of inconsequential to Cryo. I do think he's better than the other Cryo carries, but I don't think that the difference is big enough to really justify much of an impact on Cryo. But Citlali, and even not just Citlali, like Citlali, but also Chaska and Mawika. even outside of Citlali teams, right, have made melt real. Oh yeah, I guess Gumming release also happened since then. Okay. Gumming release was also kind of a big deal. But like, you'll notice that a lot of these are not cryo units. And they didn't improve cryo as a whole, they just improved melt specifically. But the thing is, Pyro also got a lot of other stuff, right? Pyro is probably the one that got the most improved. It's either Pyro or Geo, right? Pyro got Mawika, Citlali, Chaska, Mualani, making forward vape teams real. I mean, fuck. Even Kanich is reliant on Pyro. Gumming, Chevreuse. Arlecchino was released after the last time I did this. And then finally, Geo got Chiori, Kachina, but really they got Navia and Chilonen. I don't think Navia matters too much, but Chilonen is obviously pretty huge. Overall, I think Pyro goes all the way up, and Animo goes down. I think Cryo goes a little bit up, and both Dendro and Electro go down. And I think Geo goes a lot up, but definitely not all the way up to here. P1 ranking vibes? True, actually. Now do Cryo without Seat Lolly? Okay. The problem is, like, Seat Lolly just really is that good. But I also think that Mawika, even without Citlali in Melt, like, her best teams are still Melt. And, like, it's gonna be an unpleasant experience, but, like, it's still good. But maybe we should do this. Maybe this is more accurate. Perhaps. Dendro down, not gonna lie. I don't think so. Nahida's still clutching, yeah. Nahida is still clutching. How would you rework Dendro? I don't think Dendro needs a rework. If you want Dendro to be stronger, you just need to give them actual good Hyper Bloom inversion triggers, right? Like right now the problem with Dendro is not the Dendro units, Nahida's really fucking strong. It's that the Electro units are so fucking ass for Hyper Bloom that you end up using Raiden with only her skill, and that's your best option. Like, or if you need healing, you use Kuki, which is even worse. You can argue Denderlock's a good carry. Yeah, I don't know. They've got a good carry right here. They've got a good carry right here. I'm mostly talking quick and Dendro unit. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Like, the biggest issue I had with Alhaitham on his release, that I still have to this day, was that he's not really an upgrade to Nahida teams. Because using him with Nahida tends to be worse than just doing double Hydro Hyper Bloom. And his teams without Nahida are worse than his teams with Nahida. Like, it's something I talked about in the fucking Alhaitham pre-release. And I remember getting a lot of fucking flack about it. I remember people were unhappy about my thoughts. But I think nowadays people would agree with it a lot more. With the benefit of hindsight. Like, as tragic as it is, pretty much the only Alhaitham teams where Alhaitham is, like, actually optimal in the slot is, like, Nilo teams sometimes. But, like, that's kind of sad, you know? Cooked? Yeah, it's kind of cooked. What was the worst pre-release response? I don't know. I don't think any of the pre-releases ended up being that poorly received. Like, generally, the reception is a bit more negative when my thoughts on the character are more negative. But Alhaitham discourse has always been a bit sus. He doesn't need investment because he doesn't do that much of the team damage, and he does a lot of damage at base for both things that were true. I mean, I don't think either of those statements are like all that far off the mark. It's just that they're statements that apply generally to Hyperbloom teams, not just specifically to Alhaitham. Like no character in Hyperbloom tends to need hyper investment because team DPS tends to be relatively equally split between a lot of the different characters. So it's kind of true that even if you don't invest your Alhaitham, you can still get good performance out of his teams. But it's also kind of true that Alhaitham's damage tends to plateau earlier than a lot of other carries when it comes to return on investment. Because he's got different sources of damage that scales additively with each other. Which is why my Alhaitham is on Fab on the Taiwan account. True! That's just the nature of Dendro, yeah. Honestly, the biggest problem with Dendro right now is that the Electro units aren't great for Dendro, right? The fact that Yai is still the best off-fielder for Alhaitham teams, and like when you're not playing Hyperbloom, when you're playing Spread, is fucking crazy because Yai is awful. Right, the fact that she's still your best option shows you just how little they've got for them. Not Fischl. What makes Fischl great in Quicken teams is that her Ascension 4 can proc very often and doesn't have ICD. We go take a look at a sim for Fischl Aggravate. Let's not do a Sino sim because you're not going to have great uptime on Oz. Okay, whatever. Let's look at Cloud9. Sure, why not? Right? The single source of damage that does the most in the team is Fischl's Ascension 4. Nahida second most as well. It's because Nahida only has one source of damage. All of her damage is going to be classified under the same thing. Anyways, in order to trigger Official's Ascension 4, you need your current active character to trigger an electro-related elemental reaction. But here's the thing. Spread is not an electro-related elemental reaction. So if you have fast Dendro, which you do with Alhaitham, you're going to have a Quicken aura with underlying Dendro aura. You're going to refresh the Quicken aura by triggering Quicken when you apply Electro to that underlying Dendro. And that Electro is also going to aggravate. But you're not going to end up with an underlying Electro. And if you don't end up with an underlying Electro, you don't trigger Quicken with your on-fielder. So the only reaction your on-fielder triggers is not Quicken, it's Spread. And again, Spread is not an Electro-related elemental reaction. And so you don't proc Fischl's A4, like, at all when you on-field Alhaitham. Because of that, she ends up losing, right, here, in this team, 8k from A4 out of 18k total. That's almost half Official's damage that's just fucking gone. And that makes Fischl significantly worse in those teams with Dendro carries versus with Electro carries. She could be strong with Dendro carries if we had fast off-field Electros other than her that helped you maintain an underlying Electro. Or if the Dendro carry wasn't that fast at Dendro application. But as is, without the power of her A4, she's not really better than Yai in those Quicken teams. And so the best one generally tends to be Yai. But Yai is not very good. So you're kind of just, yeah, aware. But yeah, so like when it comes to making like Spread better, what Spread really needs right now, more so than a better carry than Alhaitham, is a better Electro off-fielder than Yai. Right? Quicken, by design, is a reaction that's supposed to encourage multiple sources of damage on the team. Because every other reaction in the game has some form of limits to fast application. Right? You're looking at Melt or Vape. You can only react one of the two elements, and the element that's reacting needs to be slower than the element that's aura. When you're looking at Electrocharge, you don't have issues with like needing specific speeds, but you also don't really get a benefit from faster application once you already have enough to keep good EC uptime. But with Quicken, every single application past the first one of Electro and Dendro is triggering that reaction. Every single one. Which means that it just makes a lot of sense for units designed around the quicken reaction to actually have damage themselves, because they will be triggering the reaction. And they'll be triggering it a lot. I don't know if I'm able to read that. There are too many emotes. You're right, Bushu. Oh god. But yeah, like, if you look at the Alhaitham teams that are like quicken teams, we can take a look at some more GC Sim stuff, right? Let's sort by DPS. Why not? And skip past the whale stuff. Wait. Oh, I didn't mean Nahida, I meant Alhaitham. Oops. Skip past the whale stuff. Key, Nilo, that's not real. Is that the highest DPS? Oh boy. That's some fucking bullshit right there, but okay. This is probably Omega GC Simmed, but that's fine. How GC Simmed is this, you guys think? Harbinger of Dawn, no healer? Might be a little too GC Simmed for me. Do you have any non-HOD? Iron Sting. Okay. Okay. So, like, here we're starting to get into more reasonable stuff, but it's probably still some, like, bullshit, frame-perfect Hyperbloom triggers that don't tend to happen nearly as well in practice. Which is kind of one of the downsides of the sim, is that it's really hard to account for how not all of your application will be properly hitting like that in Hyperloom teams. Hyperloom teams tend to be a little bit more inflated than other teams. But anyways. You're at like 80-something K. Let's see. Okay, yeah. This is the highest. Oh boy, what the fuck is that? That's too fucking dank for me, man. But I mean, we're still on Harbinger of Dawn, no healer, so like, it doesn't really matter. We can skip anyways. After that, what's next? For quicken stuff. Okay. And you're still Harbinger of Dawn. Wow. I guess using Lisa as the second one gets you enough A4 procs whenever you swap to Lisa for Fischl to be significantly better. That's hilarious. But, damn. Like, we can take a look at, like, the team DPS here. And you can see what the problem is, right? It's not like Alhaitham's personal DPS is bad in a team like this. Because Quicken is a reaction that allows for multiple characters to get damage on the team. The problem here is that EI isn't really doing that much. As a general rule, characters that don't provide buffs need to have significantly higher DPS distribution than field time for them to actually be considered good in a team. Right, field time is at 14%. DPS distribution is at 21%. Why does Nahida do so much less damage in this team than Clown teams? I don't know. Maybe it's different assumptions for weapons. I'm not entirely sure. We can compare it to the official sim, right? What's the difference between these two sims? They're pretty much the same numbers anyway, so who cares? Right? Official 10% field time, 24% team DPS. And like I said, this is a team that doesn't actually get that much official A4 procs. And you can see a lot less than in the electro carry teams we saw earlier. And even then, her, like, damage distribution versus field time is at like 2.5 times versus the 1.5 times of EI. Anyways. What about official and Cloran teams? Cloran teams in the sim tend to be 16-second rotations. So official only has 75% uptime, even though she could theoretically have like pretty much 100. So it doesn't tend to be that high in terms of own damage ownership, 25%. But you only swapped official once, so the field time is lower, 7%. Is that actually a 16-second rotation? Kind of looks like it. But I'm not sure, dude. But yeah, it does look like it. The Dendro teams, damage distribution is a lot higher because official A4, is now doing a lot. But field time is still fucking sub 10%. Yeah, F25, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, in actual activate teams where you properly line up your rotation length with Fischl, she can do fucking a lot of damage. But she still doesn't take a lot of field time, right? Less than 10% field time. Like, she's a unit you're spending the least amount of time on. But she's doing as much damage as Chlorine is. Anyways. I don't know how I feel about fucking Eshu Chlorine, though. And that's only our 3 springless, that's true. It'll be higher with higher refined on springless. Very true. Eshu is the best 4-star provided you have a shield. Yeah, like, but like that's the problem. It's the provided you have a shield. It's got the same problem as Bolide has always had. Which is, in practice, usually, your shield breaks. If your shield doesn't break, it's because you're not getting hit, and if you're not getting hit, it's why do you have a shielder on your team? On top of that, if you're looking at Instructor Kirara, the strength of the shield will not be all that high. So, like, personally, I really don't like using Eshu. I mean, I'm not saying I don't like using it as a weapon. I'm saying I don't like using Eshu for calcs. Because in practice, relatively often, a portion of your rotation is spent without a shield. And so the actual performance is worse. If you're using Eshu, I think you should assume something other than 100% uptime. Yeah, we can take a look at how much worse it gets with Finale. Right, it was 87k. With Finale, it's 82k. It's kind of a big difference, actually. 83k, I guess. You need to adjust for crit rate? Oh, you're probably right. How's the crit rate now? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not that bad, actually. 84 to 178. That's not that far from 1 to 2. Oh well. Said that the current tower event is dog shit, yet he also said that any content is better than no content at all. There are a lot of casual players who aren't happy with that event right now. Could this feedback affect Hoyo so that they start releasing even less combat content because the target audience of the game always perceives it negatively? What do you think is the best possible way to evolve combat content for Genshin? I don't think the negative reception to this event is going to matter. They knew they were going to get a negative reception from this event. They were not trying to cater to combat-focused players. They were trying to get you to feel FOMO about not having gone from Aoika. They knew people were going to fucking hate it. used to be the biggest official hater, then I had to build her for Klein, and she's cracked. I'm still confused what makes Xiangling good, though. I mean, there's a lot of things that make Xiangling good. We can talk about them. Right, the first thing is that Xiangling is a character that has enough damage to be a carry with a 4, and her best team as a carry is a 4-star only team. Nowadays, HP power creep makes it so that this team isn't necessarily on the same level as the best teams anymore, but it's still a good team. Outside of her being a pretty solid carry, though, she's also a character that has pretty decent off-field damage, so you can just use her as an off-fielder in any team where you need an off-fielder for damage. And she is the fastest pyro applicator in the game by a pretty fucking incredibly large margin. It's not even close. She's like more than twice as fast on off-field pyro compared to any other pyro character. And that's without getting double hits on the Pyronado, which I guess is probably like the biggest thing that makes her still very relevant damage-wise. Pyronado can hit more than once per revolution, I guess. I don't want people to confuse rotation with like a team rotation, so I'll say revolution. You know what I mean, okay? Whatever. Pyronado can hit more than once per revolution. The way that it's coded is like it hits and then it goes on cooldown for like half a second ish. And then if it's still in the enemy's hitbox, it'll hit again. And so his inner French went straight for revolution. True. And so when you look at sims for Xiangling, right? You go to the team database. Can we take a look at non-whale stuff? This is not a team that's going to have high personal damage on her. I guess I'll also include Bennett. We can start with this, I guess. This is Mono Pyro. You said you wanted to build her for Risley, so we can take a look at this as well. But this, no, this is fucking Petra Xiangling. That's so not real. Oh god. This hurts me. This hurts my eyes. I hate it. We can take a look at Ride National, actually. And Official National? Sure. guess these are the ones that are gonna have the highest numbers. You go to the config. Alright. Right now it's at 71k. I don't think the sim is coded for big hits, is it? God. It might not be. Damn. This over 20k damage from Paranado and like 5 of this 7k damage from Overload can, so like 25-ish k damage from Paranado can like pretty much be doubled in the right situation. You'll have to increase enemy size. I tried, but it didn't change the number. I increased radius to 5, but it didn't change anything. What if I make it really big? No, it still doesn't change anything.
You have a special place in my heart.
Right, against big enemies, you actually do get that, like, pretty much 20k additional DPS easily and reliably. Which makes her pretty much the only, like, this is pretty much the only like, this is probably the only 1.x team, or 1.0 team, I guess, that can still, like, actually practically reach 90 plus k DPS in like, where it's not fucking GC Sim scam. What about Sucrose National? Sucrose National is better at front-loading damage and scales better with higher investment and 5-star weapons compared to Raiden and Fischl National. But I don't think it sims as high. Because KQM Standard is very favorable for Raiden National. Oh well. Do you review the new banners? No, I think I'll do that tomorrow. But they're not very good. Say I'm a masochist and want to play Illa physical and want to make her work. Is Raiden still her best Electro teammate? Maybe? Probably. But, Don't look at GC Sim because it will make you sad. C6, C6, C3. What is the first C0 team going to be? Ella Hyper Bloom. Then Ella Double Hydro with Fav. Then Pyro Plunge. Then Taser Physical Plunge. Ella. Then another Hyper Bloom. Then another Taser Physical Plunge. Then another double Hydro. Then a Freeze Shatter Physical Plunge. I don't fucking know what to say about this. And this is probably the first Ella team that's like actually an Ella team. Damn, yeah. Yeah. Wait, I'm actually really surprised that the highest sim Ella Hyperbloom thing is Shatter Ella. Like, that's two-piece EM with Makara Aquamarine. Why? How? What? Oh! I get it. That's why. I get it. I get it. I understand it now. I see. Wow. Explain? This is what Ella's doing in this team. Let's look at the rotation. Nahida skill, Raiden auto skill, Singto skill, dash, burst, and 1. Nahida spam attacks and skill. Repeat. Aquamarine is literally just here because it's a passive attack buff that happens without you having to swap into her. I wonder if that's... Is that actually more damage than going Instructor and using her E once? So technically Raiden is her best Electro teammate? Exactly. For Noblesse and left for Singto above, there is no way it's worth using her burst. But yeah, like, I don't think we can call this a real Ella team. Because, like, you're just using her as a driver for double Hydro Shilonen. She's on Fav. Like, And then obviously the Vapilla is also something I think we can dismiss. This is probably the Illa team that I'd feel the least bad about calling a real Ella team. But like 59k DPS is not great, you know? I'm pretty sure that's like noticeably less than the random swap double hydro hyper bloom sim. How much is double hydro hyper bloom? The normal one? Let's see, R5. The normal one is 93k, but it's GC Sim is a little weird about that. They made one. They made a relatively realistic one. 85-ish k. 82-ish without cancels. Okay, no. The random swap is 51k. So there are a few Ella teams that are higher DPS than random swap double hydro hyper bloom. Thankfully. Random swap is so funny. Yeah, it is. It is, man. I'm actually curious what the damage difference is in the random swap sim. 51, 469. If you remove Nahida Burst. Yeah, so it's like a fucking 1% difference. What about in the optimized sims? Kind of curious. 85, 680. Oh boy. I think there's only one burst in there, but yeah. Wait. What? Oh, okay. Just like 2% difference? We're back. I've returned. No more. No more! No more pride, no more wide. Guards? Hmm. Wait. I just realized if I remove Nahida Burst from the rotation, we now have time to fill while waiting for cooldowns. So I should add at least like 2 normals on Nahida. It's like 84k. So it's like a 1% difference between using the burst and not using it. Okay, yeah. We're still getting issues with Xingqiu burst at some point, though. Don't really know why. I guess we're getting less procs of... What if I just give him a little bit more ER? Whoa. What? Wait, was that sim just dog shit? Wait. I'll add 10% ER. Remove 10% attack. Kind of. Somewhat. KQM standard. It's not exactly KQM standard, but like fucking close enough. And we gain 4k DPS. Yeah, the base sim actually just doesn't have enough ER. He probably just copied the setup from this one, but didn't realize that with the action delay additions, maybe you get like 1 less Fav proc or something, which gives you some delay in bursts. Anyways. I am kind of surprised that the optimal GC Sim config has Yelan on Fav and Xingqiu on damage rather than the other way around. Why are they using Ishin? There's no way that's the best available option, right? Does anyone know why they're using Ishin in this sim? Pretty old? I guess, yeah. I mean, Oma would be better. The problem here is that you don't really need ER. Right? Like, this is attack sense with 20% ER in substats. So Aminoma wouldn't be great. Because you're likely to get ER rolls on your substats just as a byproduct of having artifacts. 20% is not a lot. I guess. Maybe there's just no sword that's like actually good. Alright, Lion's Roar is probably not great because you're not gonna have enough uptime on it, so it pretty much just doesn't have a passive. Finale of the Deep. You're not clearing the Bond of Life. Harbinger. I mean, you could use Harbinger, but I think they're trying to stay away from Harbinger on teams without healers. I can take a look at how it changes. Wait, that's the wrong sim. Which sim was it? It was this one? Right? Does HOD work? I think it does, yeah. No, it does not. Ah, what the fuck? It's just Harbinger? Okay. Usually it says at the top that it doesn't recognize it, but it didn't do it, so I was confused. It's about as much. Wait, are we over cap now? We're not. Huh, interesting. Harbinger's not better than Ishin. I guess it makes sense, because you have, like, no external sources of attack. I guess. What about Wolf Fang? It's a bit higher, but honestly not much. Damn. Yeah, I guess he's really fucking starved for attack. Holy. Amenoma. Amenoma will just be worse, because it effectively doesn't have a passive. What does this do again? No. This is only normal attacks, right? Yeah, normal charge. This wouldn't even be that much worse. That's funny. Yeah, I guess there's just not a good sword for him, huh? That's crazy. What about Yolanda? Does she need that much ER? I mean, she doesn't have that much ER, she just has 5, right? But it's no ER substats and HP main stat. Right, her total amount of ER is 192. It's not that much. But you do want one... You do want one 5 user at least. Because it alleviates the ER requirements on your whole team. Which is really nice. But with 2 you have too much, right? Like a min-maxed build generally has 5 on either Yolanda or Nahida. I like doing 5 Nahida because Nahida personal damage on Widsith is lower than other characters' personal damage on 5. Or with Blacklift. Blacklift won't be better because you're not going to get any stacks on it. Also, I don't know what you're supposed to call it either. So, and I can't be bothered. Yeah, the reason why crit weapons are usually better than attack percent weapons is because crit doesn't become a lot worse when you stack a lot of it, but attack does. And you usually stack a lot of attack on attack scalars. But you don't actually stack a lot of attack on Singto and Hyperbloom teams. You'll pretty much get no attack outside of weapon and sands and substats. I guess feather as well. But, like, that's it. And, like, at the very start, like, that attack is not actually a lot worse than crit. But Blacklift doesn't have a passive in that team. Whereas Ishin gives you 15% attack. Which is why Ishin is gonna be better. Try Wolfang. I tried it, it was like 0.3% better. Because he's like omega starved for attack. I guess High Refined Wolfang would be a decent amount better. Maybe Wandering Even Star and Nahida. It might be better than Woodsmith, yeah. But, oh well. Alright, chat. Should we watch the Jamie video we wanted to watch yesterday?
Definitely my specialty is the Spiral Abyss, because I don't know if you know this, but so back then, before before the Nalan Abyss, right? The original multiplier for Floatwolf, we're looking specifically Floatwolf, was 250%, which is equivalent to essentially a 4-man co-op scaling, and I think they only recently changed this to 300%, and I think it was either 5.2 or 5.3 Abyss, and I believe the current Abyss they scaled it up even higher to 375 or something, which is probably why like I wanted to talk about power creep, because personally I'm not concerned about power creep in the PvE game. However, I am concerned for the perspective as someone who does Abyss, because if they release a new strong unit with a higher ceiling, by that logic that means the Abyss would have to cater to that unit, which could make it like quite difficult for a lot of the older units. I think when the Tenebrous Papilla came out in 5.2, that was an interesting. Well, a lot of people had a lot to say for that Abyss, and especially we got the return of the Geo Wolflord, which didn't really make things easier. But thank goodness that we did find ways to shred his shield, even though I think Geo Wolflord is probably the most annoying one instead of the Papilla. So, what do you think about it?
I mean, it's tricky because you said that you don't play Star Rail, right? So
yeah,
Oh, no.
I've been playing a bit.
so
Oh
I've
no,
got
not Star
Question
Rail yet.
Line.
I don't want to hear about Star Rail power creep. I've heard enough. I don't care about this. Get me out.
Less good accounts. Abyss is over time. Definitely, it can get hard and kind of difficult. Even the worst, the most egregious Abyss situation there's been in Genshin. I feel like I'm not saying it's hard for me to take it serious, but it's hard for. It just feels less severe. It feels significantly less severe, but it's still a thing. I'm not saying it's not a thing, but it doesn't feel at the same level. And yeah, people in chat are asking that, oh, you don't feel as much because the account is invested heavily, but we always help people with a variety of accounts. I mean, I literally did, there might be people in chat, I was doing N1CJ Melt Guan on the bottom path and clearing. We were doing Garni's charge attack, melting that, and then jumping over the Geo dude in Chamber 2.
That's
We
crazy.
always do scuffed run, so it's nothing to do with investment. If anything, like, I hate to be a self-glaze because it's kind of cringe to self-glaze, but if anything, like,
Words spoken before self-glazing commences.
people like myself and Ethereal, like, we probably log into enough accounts to where we would get a variety of experiences.
Oh, yeah.
So
Definitely.
I don't think it's anything to do with like the investment. And yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure a lot of streamers who have done video business have definitely cleared Swani without Mariko or Lakino. What I'm saying is, like, try to do that weird shit in the Memory of Chaoses. Like, it's almost unthinkable. Whereas at least in
Yeah.
Genshin, it's like it's 100% doable, let alone thinkable. It's quite thinkable. Whereas
I think Genshin is some. At least I've been doing a lot, like obviously like Abyss guides and helping my viewers to do the clears, and it's not that bad. But I think it's really just a matter of, like, at least from my experience, like, I would nail down the problems would be a few things. One is it's not investment level. One is definitely like having the units that they need, right? Because I feel like certain abysses, they obviously prefer certain characters over the other. That one's very much obvious. Second thing is that maybe it's something like, maybe it's not to say that they don't have enough investment, but maybe it's like, this happens a lot and I do get triggered about it, but I don't know if you know this, but you feel the same way. But do you notice how some accounts don't really have enough ER built, or am I just the only one?
sometimes that happens, but I usually just like switch up their artifacts. Like, if they
Yeah,
have,
yeah.
if they have like a build issue, then I'll try and solve that.
Yeah, that's one of the other ones. And then of course the last one, no offense to any of these account owners, but I think some people just don't have I'm not gonna glaze this. Some people just don't play at the same level that we do. So sometimes maybe like certain teams or units that, you know, that you can play a certain way and you still get some result. But if you play it in some sense the try hard way, or if to that degree, then you can definitely get more. Because I have done a few accounts where, like, their accounts are really, really well built. Like, I when I logged in, I would see, like, I would wonder why they would have some problem to clear the abyss. And then, you know, obviously, like, skill level for different players definitely differs. So I can very much understand that some people may not be that great. So yeah, no offense to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Obviously, like, we can never expect like casual players, even like semi-casual players, to put in as much time as content creators. So it is what it is. But honestly, in general, I usually find that a lot of it is just like a decision issue or like a knowledge issue. Like, a lot of the time, I often say, like, oh, your issue was that you didn't pick this team, or you kind of mess up the builds in that way. But I always say that, like, I bet if you try,
People struggle even if they have good builds. How come? Because most people aren't fucking losers who play video games many hours a day. And even out of those losers who play video games many hours a day, some of them are even bigger losers who also suck at the video games they play many hours a day. That's you guys' chat, by the way. True. No, but a lot of people, and that's something that the person Jamie is speaking to brought up. A lot of people don't have enough ER on their characters, even if they have really, really good builds in general. But they don't have enough ER on one of the characters on their team, and it makes their rotation go from 20 to 40 seconds. And they can't clear in time anymore. Also, whenever you see me maul that grouping RNG and reset, remember that there's a lot of people that are not gonna want to reset. They'll get bad grouping RNG, and instead of resetting, they'll just accept 2 stars. And even on well-invested teams, if your teams are really bad in a given abyss, it's not gonna go all that well. Actually, I want to see if I can do 2 teams that are very good, but that are so poorly tailored to the content that I can't clear in time with them. Am I fast equip on the right stuff? Yeah, that's my goat. What the fuck is she wearing, man? Alright, whatever. This Nvidia team is 10 times more comfy with Citlali in place of Kazuha? Sure, but Citlali's cryo, so she's gonna fucking trivialize Swanee. I want to show teams that are, like, objectively very good teams. And out of those teams, if there's a possibility that a combination of 2 good teams won't be able to clear in time because the content is just too unfavorable to them. I don't think so. I think Hyperloom is too good to fall to have that issue.
Let me read you a present. Game's up. From silver. Gotcha. Rain outlines your.
Now you're testing my patience.
Torn to oblivion.
I'm an idiot. I wanted to do that with Nahida Burst active.
Here comes the cash.
Um,
Know my sword.
so I could get the EM buff from it, but it didn't work out. He's gonna clear with no problem? Yeah, maybe I am. I think Hyperloom might be too good, even in AoE.
Settle down. The tides beckon.
Wind strike.
Did I just hit his fucking head?
Silence. Solidify.
Time to shine.
Be sanctified. Settle down.
I don't want to use my burst here.
The tides beckon.
This chamber shouldn't be the problem. It's the third chamber that's going to be the problem. If any chamber is.
I see everything.
Shine down. Witness the power of the one. Rain outlines your fate. Games up. From silver. Gotcha.
This way through the loop.
There is no escape. Shine down. Rain cutter. Rain outlines it. Here comes the catch. Busted.
Now you shall perish.
Just gonna do this. Try to stagger a little.
This way through the loop.
Let me lead you a little. Gotcha. Games up. From silver.
A minute to memory.
Eee! My goodness.
Rain outlines your fate.
Took more damage than I wanted to there.
Make yourselves at home.
Inazuma shines eternal. Rain cutter. Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
Grow.
No, my sword. Rain outlines your. There is no escape.
Right.
Keep mining. Echoing song.
One with wind and cloud.
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
Shower me with praise. Let the world
Not what I wanted to do. It's fine.
The tides beckon.
What the fuck is that attack? Faster than average Mualani. You're right. I should have used Mualani. You're right. I should have used Mualani. That would have been the one. I didn't say I would try to fail the clear. I said I was looking for teams that would struggle, not players that would struggle. If I wanted a player that would struggle, I'd just ask one of you guys to do it.
Power for what? Games up. From silver.
a minute to memory.
Shine down.
This way through the
Oh, I got the healing on the wrong one.
Busted. There is no escape.
a minute to memory.
No, my soul.
Wait, did I even get the healing at all? Maybe I didn't.
Quietly now. Games up. From silver.
This way through the loop.
Witness the power. Illusion shut.
a minute to memory.
No, my soul. Rain outlines your. Gotcha.
That might be too long actually. Or sorry, that might be too quick. We got good grouping RNG.
Stabilize.
Strike a pose. Let my name echo in.
Settle down. Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head. Gather. Stabilize. Silence. Be sanctified. Bow your head.
Yeah. This is definitely too quick.
Let my name echo in song.
But I guess we're still relatively close, right? Like, I feel like you can see from this clear speed that, like, if I wasn't doing proper rotations, I would not clear in time. Alright, we had like, what, 15 seconds to spare? With good grouping RNG. Any particular reason you prefer 3 CAs instead of 4 CA rotations on Neuvillette? Well, because if you EQ CA, your VV runs out in the middle of your second one, which is annoying. So I go refresh the VV after the first one. And then after 2 CAs, your VV runs out in the middle of your third one. And so rather than like refreshing the VV again just to go back to Neuvillette for one charge attack, I just kind of say fuck it and go next rotation. E setup, CA, E, CA, Q. VV refresh, CA, CA is the theoretical best one. Yeah. But it's kind of annoying. And I just can't be bothered. Now let's do teams that I know will not be able to properly clear in time. It will not be a pleasant experience. I encourage everyone to ready themselves for some molding. There will be some molding. A good amount of it, too. Be good enough, honestly. Okay. If I do the, like, Shred Mualani team, I will lose my mind against 1A. So I'll do the Sitlali one. There's a chance we'll clear in time. Technically not impossible.
Make way. Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
See these.
Time to shine.
Bright cloud converge. Here comes the catch. Quietly now.
I'm not gonna do charge attacks here because the AoE's too scuffed if I do.
Strike a pose. Let the world collide.
Make way. Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Now you're testing my patience.
Win it.
Gotcha.
Okay. Worked out. We're fine. No ult, man. I could have used it. I could have also not. Are you supposed to do this again? Right. Artifacts are wrong. Well, it is what it is, I guess.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Get to work.
Laline, these pop
Pyroclastic surge. Try and stop.
This way, pretty little. Make yourselves at home.
Show no mercy. You two.
Come on, die. I know you.
Light of the blazing sun.
Amazing. Check this out. That's the one. This way, pretty little. Sharing my knowledge.
Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath from the sky.
Carving waves. That's up. Amazing.
Woohoo! Amazing! Sorry. Everything will be pleasant until we reach Chamber 3.
Busted.
Lining, echoing song.
Got him. Seize the sky. Things are about to get dicey.
like I can't group enemies in this Hutao team. The trick is to
Seize the sky.
give up on charge attacks in AoE.
Gotcha.
Just focus on your plunges. You'll do enough.
Make yourselves at home. Get to work. Lolling, each pop up. Pyroclastic surge. Try and stop. Let's try. That's up.
Oh, fuck me, man.
Fulfill our path. You two. Time to end line of the
I didn't melt, did I? It's fine.
Carving wave. Show no mercy. Burn it down.
Okay. Am I blind or burst miss? It's possible. It happens a lot. Your Mualani build is probably a bit lacking. It kind of isn't. It's at least better than my Mawika's and my Kenichi's build. My HP Obsidian is actually a lot better than my attack Obsidian.
Time to shine.
Strike cloud confirmed. Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
Fire, fire, pants on fire. Strike a pose. Let my name echo in.
Make
Well, like, you're right, it's not a perfect build. It's...
gotcha.
Oh, fuck you.
Let the world come alive.
Seize the sky.
Eee, that's bad.
Busted.
Yeah, we got bad grouping RNG here.
Strike cloud
Gotta take the L.
runs over. Quietly.
Are you Zajef with Yolanda instead of saying so? Kind of. Alright, it's time for pain.
Minute to memory. Sharing my knowledge. Fulfill our pact. Lolling, each pop red from the sky. Try and stop. Amazing. That's up. Check this out. That's the mark.
Yeah.
Grow, grow, grow. Make yourselves at home. You two. Time pyroclastic surge. Both rock. Minute to memory. Show no mercy. Suffer the light of the blazing sun. Let's ride. That's up. Action at the flame. Grow, grow, grow. Sharing my knowledge. Lolling, each pop up red from the sky. Both rock, carving wave.
We did it. We did it. We did it. Huge. Yeah, I wonder who did more damage, the 5 Mawika ults or Mualani. Hmm. I don't know, man. I feel like the problem is like the good teams that actually are like not ideal in this abyss are just so unpleasant to play that I don't want to play them, even if to show that they struggle. You know, with Arlecchino, I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind doing Arlecchino. It'll go pretty well, I can tell you that. Should we not use Sitlali? Overload? We did a bunch of Overload already. I haven't done a clear yet, though. What do we do on the other side? We could do Klein. We could force ourselves to experience... Thank you for the raids, Ardoza. Pause. Yeah, good. We could do Client Overload. I've done a bit of Client Taser. But I don't think I've done any Client Overload this of this. I can't be bothered putting Mawika on Cinder City until we get artifact presets, though. Hmm. Yeah, I'll just keep her on Obsidian. It is what it is. Wait, Arlecchino might not have the right goblet. Yeah. Alright.
Hunt them down. Loaded.
Stop right there! Rev from the sky! Rev the engines!
Am I too far?
Shoot on sight.
By royal decree!
Into the shadows.
Hands where I can see 'em! Pyroclastic surge! Full throttle! Wings of darkness!
Time to testify. Loaded.
Thank you, Viridescent Hunt. I love you, Viridescent Hunt.
Laid bare.
Everybody stand back!
Freeze. Don't get frostbite. Overruled.
Teamwork is strict!
Dodge that. This one will be frozen.
Alright, I forgot this is not Sitlali. I don't have a shield.
Transfix! Let's light it up! Everybody
So sorry.
But it's fine, we don't need a shield. Kaya better than Sitlali? No. Doesn't Kaya have a shield only for himself? Kaya and I are saying he should be on 5, but maybe I misclicked or something. Oh, thank you, Torches, for letting me get my overload proc. Insane. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Fine.
Midnight Venta.
Ready.
hands where I can see 'em! Final war! Rev from the sky!
Time to testify.
By royal decree!
Into the shadows.
Justice will prevail! Pyroclastic surge! Rev...
As you wish. Hunt them down. Ready.
Hands where I can see 'em! Drop your weapons! Rev from the sky! Try and stop! On, reveal by...
Time to testify.
Rise with the sun!
Okay. It was alright.
Laid bare.
Hear the echoes of the valley! Teamwork is strict!
Cooler. This one will be frozen.
I fucked up.
Freeze.
Transfix!
No, 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 fuck! It's fine. Everything is fine. It's fine. It's fine. I realized when I inputted my plunge attack, I did that too early. I was trying to normal still, but I had already jumped.
No rest.
Justice will prevail. The pyroclastic surge. Full throttle.
Did my E just fucking miss?
Midnight.
Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your weapons. Burn it down. Shadow wing. Shoot on sight. You asked for it. Stop right. Light up the blazing sun. My royalty.
Time to testify. Into the shadows.
Midnight.
Hands where I can see 'em. Pyroclastic surge.
Evil looks. Shoot on sight. Ready.
Alright. It's working out. It's working out. Oh, fuck. I forgot I have 0 HP. I'll just heal, honestly. My Bennett seems to not have enough ER anyways, so...
Transfix. Bring it. Teamwork is great.
Dodge this. Frostbite. Laid bare. What's
I'm going in. Let the mountain's veins boil.
cool? This will be frozen.
You fucking... My mark applied pyro at the wrong moment.
Transfixed. Let's light it up. Everybody.
Frostbite.
Because I took too long to do my setup. But it's fine. We're still vibing. Was Maui on scroll? No, she was not. Alright, chat, what do you want to see? What do you want to see next? Sino? Why is everyone spamming Sino? I've already done like 3 Sino clears of this. Linny. I could do Linny. What would I do? Second side with Sitlali? What rotation are people doing for Linny Sitlali? I never really gave it too much thought. Probably overcapped on crit with this, right? That's not too bad. Do people open with burst? Probably, right? But do they E right after? Or do they wait? Yep. Yep, the what exactly? Oh well. Ilona and Sitlali, I guess. Burst has 2 ticks, you're probably gonna melt with a small one. Right. Right, because the first thing happens pretty late, so you probably can't use Sitlali bullshit. Hmm. Uemia? I already did a Uemia clear on the first side. We did Uemia, Kazuha, Emily, Sucrose. Is that what it was? I think so. It was pretty good. Chaska first side? We don't have Bennett. And it's AoE Chaska. I don't know about that one. I mean I can do it, I don't mind. But I don't wait, I kinda can't. I don't have two. I mean I guess I could use V-Hunt Chaska. We're not overcapped at all, chat. I swear we're not overcapped at all. Alright, it's fine. I don't know what you mean by overcapped. I guess we use this one instead. This one. Alright, we're less overcapped, but we're still kind of omega overcapped. And then what else? What the fuck am I supposed to put in this team, man? Karina Moika? What healer? No healer? True. Oh, oh man. Oh man. Let's not. My Charlotte is not C4, so she doesn't actually heal, by the way. Wait, it's not C4. Is it C4? It's not C4. Wait, what's the healing constellation again? Is it C1? It's C1. Whatever. I don't have the healing constellation. My Charlotte is not functional. I'm sorry. I guess we can do 0 stack Farina, though. Like, it's still probably better than the alternatives. Something like this. Proto Amber? Proto Amber on whom? On Charlotte. She's level 20! Diona. Diona might be better, actually. That's actually kind of a good take. That's actually kind of a good take. But now I have to gear. Um...
Light it up! Light
I'm really not sure how the rotations are gonna turn out on something like this. I have not played enough Lenny with Sitlali.
Get to work. Suffer the wrath.
Let's get this show on the road. Now disappear.
Everybody stand. Fulfill our pact. Laline, eat up.
Here comes the finale. And voila.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is get to work. You two. Touch.
Bring it.
Everybody stand. Show no mercy. Suffer the.
Let's get this show on the road.
Oh, I thought that was gonna be it, but I guess not. But hello? Oh, that's annoying.
Knock him down.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine. Can't have your dreams. Huh? Shake it.
Light of the blazing sun. Take me up. Locked on. Locked on. Hold on to your hats.
Strike a pose. Let my name echo in song. Think you can bully me? Let me.
Pyroclastic surge. Full throttle.
Average Tosca in AoE moment.
Locked on. Knock him down.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine.
Wrath from the sky. Rep.
Shake it and stir it.
Take me up. Open fire.
No, I fucked up.
And voila!
Bring it. Let's light it up.
I'm not resetting. That would have been doable if I didn't fuck up. I was a little bit more patient with my ult for the melt.
Think you can bully me?
Light it up!
Look at you.
Ha! Bullseye! Open fire!
Locked on. Let the world come alive.
Wrath from the sky! Full throttle!
Gotcha.
Open fire! Open fire!
Knock 'em down. Time to shine.
Light of the blazing sun! Try and stop!
Shake and stir. Can't handle you.
Open fire! Open fire!
Locked on. Let the world come alive.
Pyroclastic surge! Rep!
Think you can bully me? Look at you.
Bullseye!
Oh, I thought that was gonna fucking cancel him. I guess not. It's fine. I have so many different types of damage that it probably doesn't matter.
Blazing sun!
Shake and let's fly.
Bullseye!
Oh boy, single target Chaska without Bennett. It is what it is, huh?
I'm going in.
Get to work! You two! Time! A round of applause!
Everybody stand. Fulfill our pact.
Oh, that's not good.
Eat Papa. Get him.
Now disappear!
Bring it. Let's light it up. I'm going in.
Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh! Here comes the finale!
Damn, I didn't crit. I waited that long to get a melt just to not crit.
Step right up!
Everybody stand back.
You two! Time to...
Oh well. Yeah, I mean the Chaska side was clearly the problem, but that's not surprising. You go to GC Sim for Chaska and sort by damage. Sure. Why? What abomination am I gonna find?
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Dude.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Can't wait for Sitlali to be implemented. Why Chevreurs? Because as it turns out, C6 Chevreurs giving 60% damage bonus is kind of a big deal. even if you don't get the shred. What's most surprising is that the Bennett Traverse team is less damage, but I guess diminishing returns for attack buff, yeah. It's also that Cinder City's really broken. Although, this might be kind of a fake rotation. This is probably a GC sim that reliably gets Pyro React on Cinder City, which is not necessarily gonna actually happen in practice, you know? What other characters have fucking scuffed bullshit like that, by the way? Or like their best GC sim is like scuffed as hell. And Taser Lakino? I mean, okay. Did we end Tessie it up, chat? Technically, Kinich has like Hyper Blue, but his... That's funny. Anyways, let's go Instructor Bennett for this. I'm gonna do Diona instead of double Hydro for the Entesi. We might end up missing on some reactions because of Diona, though. But having the cryo for Swanee is just really nice. And I think I missed too many reactions with Sitlali. And I also just don't want to play Sitlali, because I played enough Sitlali, man. Child? Should we? Gearing. You know what? Fuck it. Can't be bothered, man. I don't want to do fucking multi-wave international setups. And it's all for freezable enemies. So, fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. This, yeah. Do we have any arsene somewhere? I know we do, but where is it? It's a question. Yeah, whatever. That's way too much ER. Oops. That's probably more than I need, but that's fine, who cares? It'll be comfy.
Get to work. Lolly, please pop up. Eat this. Nice and spicy. Let's light it up.
It's fine. I don't want to talk about it.
I'm going in. Fulfill our pact. Suffer the
Yeah, maybe not going for a grouper was a bad idea, huh? Maybe we needed one.
get to work. Let's light it up.
Yeah. I'm gonna give up on getting Cinder City on multiple of them so I can try to do better setups.
You are not welcome here.
You two. Time to eat this. Get them.
You can run, but you can't hide.
No. Annoying little shit.
Let's light it up. Let's light it up. Going in. Fulfill our pact. Suffer the. Nice and spicy.
Riptide.
Yeah, this is not gonna be enough, is it?
Everybody stand. Show no mercy.
Okay, fuck you. There's very annoying enemies for this. I guess we'll just do Kazuha. Whatever. Oh! We need the stagger from Kazuha. And the grouping. The enemies spawn close, but by the time you're done with your setup, they're all over the map. Because they're really fucking cringe. Curve is a little low, but it's fine. Where the fuck is Xiangling? But yeah, maybe I should have more damage on my Xiangling, but whatever. Anyways, we definitely still do the Entesi for the other side. Maybe double cryo would be fine, but meh.
You are not welcome.
Into the wind.
Riptide.
I'm getting sick of it.
Oh. What a fucking dog shit game this is. I'm not gonna burst. I'm gonna stop bursting on child. It ungroups them too much.
You are not welcome.
Wind strike.
Fuck you.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
You just burst on the wrong fucking side?
Clouds high.
You goddamn worthless idiot!
Going in. Let's light it.
One with nature. The wind drills me.
Teamwork is strict. One with wind and cloud. You can run, but you can't hide.
I didn't hit the one in the back. Proud of you.
Time to go.
Wind strike.
Tragic. Alright, let's Entesi it up.
Laid bare. Let me read you a verse. Know my soul.
Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha.
Overruled. Witness the power of Gua.
Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now.
Yeah, the reactions are a little scuffed for sure.
Laid bare.
Rain cutter. Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Rain outlines your
Overruled.
Yeah, this is definitely not great. Like, it's fine. It's gonna be good enough, but... Oh, maybe not. Maybe last chamber HP is gonna be a little too scuffed. Oh well, we'll see.
One with nature.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt. Fallen leaves. Adorn my.
Get them, everybody. Stand back.
Wind strike.
want to talk about it. Shut the fuck up.
Wind strike. One with nature.
Let's light it up.
Oh, fuck. What?
Wind strike.
I don't want to talk about it. Sometimes, chat, you just gotta keep whatever thoughts you have in your head to yourself.
Things are about to get dicey.
You can bully me.
Laid bare.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me quiet the net. Here comes the catch. Time to act. Busted.
Shake and stir.
Alright. How bad could this be, chat?
Teamwork is strength.
As one with wind and cloud. The wind knows.
Get them.
Oh, this is not looking good, huh?
Into the wind.
Nice and spicy. I'm going in.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
You're toast.
Riptide.
Let's light it up.
What?
Teamwork is strength.
Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds call.
Eat this.
Shouldn't let your guard down. The wind knows it. Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Everybody stand. Get them.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
That's fine. This should still be fast enough.
Rain cutter. Quiet the net. Game's up. Fun silver.
Think you can bully me?
Overruled. Rain outlines your fate. Here comes the catch. Gotcha.
Laid bare.
Rain outlines your fate.
Think you can bully me?
Game's up.
Fuck.
Busted.
Transfixed.
Can't handle your drink.
Witness the power. Quiet the net.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. What's this pasta all about, chat? We have no idea, I see. Oh. Anyways, what else do I want to do? Ride a national. We could do ride a national. I don't mind. First or second side? Let's do second side. Or no, let's do first side. I'm not a huge fan of ride a national in AoE, but it's fine. It's okay. Need a crit rate circlet. Yeah, that's the one. This is pretty good as well. Is this good enough? We do have a lot of EM. We're sacrificing a lot of CV for EM. It's probably good enough. Alright, am I an instructor now? Yeah. Alright. Gearing time. Oh boy. I have to go offset for this. Everything else is gonna be onset. I can go for this. 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 Should be good enough, hopefully. Okay, Raiden still on 5, yes sir. That's how you do it. And then we can get away with this. Most likely. It's really low. Maybe try to find a little bit more in subs. This one, maybe? That's my only one with the R subs. Should be fine. On a cache, I don't have it. Aware. Alright, what do I do here? Do Thundery Parade? Meh, don't feel like it right now. Try Yoimiya Melt? No, that's not a good idea. Can each Hyper Bloom? Maybe. Oh, but that without Tingto, ooh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do it without Tingto. Hmm. Well, we'll try. Yulon. Use Yulon first half? No, I don't wanna. Wait, but no, I'm using Raiden on the other side. And I don't have yet main stat Cinder City for Oron. I can't do it. I actually can't. Sorry. We gotta do something else. Solo Arlecchino. No, I'm good. Do Ayato? True. True. Xiao. I'm not doing those. Stop suggesting the, like, worst possible things you could do against this one, please. I'm begging. Chaska? Yeah, I guess we could do Chaska. The problem is we still have Bennett on the other side. Oh well. I guess we do this. Kind of disgusting, but it is what it is, I guess. Oh boy. You? I agree, you. But, like, what else am I gonna do? Please no Mawika. I will not melt Mawika. I will go from Citlali to Chaska, I promise.
There is no escape. Let me weave you a verse. Teamwork is teamwork. Now you shall perish.
Oh, this is kind of annoying.
Shine down.
Witness the power of the wild. Rain outline.
Get them. Torn to oblivion.
Rain cutter.
annoying as fuck.
Everybody stand back. I'm the private. Let's light it up.
That initial slash of item does as much as one Pyronado hit? Yup.
Strike a pose. Time to shine. Red from the sky. Show no mercy. Not you two. Time to end. Open fire. Bullseye. Locked on. Open fire. Knock him down. Shower me with praise. Let the world come on. Light up the blazing sun. Try and stop. Fulfill our path. Xiangling, take me up. Open fire. Hold on to your hats. Yeah. Yoo-hoo. Time to shine. Full throttle. Get to work. You two. Time. Locked on. Locked on. Knock him down. Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky.
That's not the weapon she's supposed to be on. Oopsie.
Know my sword. Rain cutter. Teamwork is dreamwork. Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered. Let me weave you a verse. Oh, going in.
Oh, fuck you.
Now you shall perish. Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my soul. Teamwork is dreamwork. Nice and spicy. Torn to oblivion.
Chat, we are like nowhere done with the fucking Hilly Charles, by the way. Oh god. I think this is the first time I've killed this little,
Inazuma shines
like, normal Hilly Charles by the time I'm done with the rogues. Holy shit.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's nice and spicy. Now you shall perish.
Oh my god.
Know my sword.
It's so doomed.
Burn it down.
I did not mean to press E again, but it's fine.
Suffer the. Bullseye. Bullseye. Yeah. Fire in the hole. Yoo-hoo. Time to shine. Light up the blazing sun. Try and stop. Fulfill our path. You two.
Why did I even use Farina's burst?
Light it up. Wrath from the sky.
Does anyone know?
Show no mercy. Let's fly.
Zero fanfare for Rena. Huge.
Let me read you a verse. Huh?
Everybody stand back! You're toast!
On to oblivion.
Nice grouping, lol. We can one rotate, but we can't group.
Body and mind.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
So it's gonna be a fucking 3 rotate at best. It might be a 4 rotate.
Shine down. Witness the power of the wild. Rain out.
Go in!
Huh?
Eat this! Nice and spicy!
Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered.
Rain cutter.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Know my sword.
You're toast!
Right?
Inazuma shines eternal.
Burn it down! Fulfill our pact! Eat Laline, eat Pup, take me up! Open fire! Locked on!
Knock them down.
Suffer the wrath of...
Gotta give the TDDS to Chaska, otherwise it's cheating.
Locked on! Open fire! Showing you the light of the blazing sun! Both row, get to work! Eat Laline, eat Pup, ha! Bullseye! Locked on! Pyroclastic surge! Suffer the wrath of... Take me up! Bullseye! Locked on! Open fire!
Hold on to your hats.
Light it up! Wrath from
You
the
die?
sky!
Thank you. Alright, we don't talk about the Fatma Wika, chat. Please. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it for today. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Tomorrow I think we'll talk more about Yeon-san, I guess. Yeah. I don't really... Oh yeah, we'll do the banner review as well. So, I'll see you guys.